Welcome to What If Sleep Storian. Soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more nightbound stories. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The gas lamps of Baker Street flickered like tired thoughts against the November fog, each flame casting dancing shadows that seemed to whisper secrets to the cobblestones below. Through the familiar windows of 221B, warm light spilled onto the street like honey from a broken comb, promising sanctuary from the damp chill that clung to London's bones this evening. The scent of coal smoke mingled with something altogether more inviting, Mrs. Hudson's roast beef, perhaps, or the lingering ghost of pipe tobacco that seemed to live in the very wallpaper of the sitting room above. Inside that haven of burgundy leather and well-worn books, Sherlock Holmes stretched his long legs toward the hearth, his sharp profile softened by the golden glow of the fire. The detective's usual restless energy had settled into something approaching contentment, a rare state that Watson had learned to treasure like a physician treasures a patient's first peaceful sleep after fever. The evening held that particular quality of November nights, not quite winter's bite, but autumn's gentle reminder that the year was growing old, and perhaps it was time to draw closer to warm things, familiar things, safe things. Dr. Watson sat across from his friend, his medical bag set aside for once, his notebook closed upon the side table. The good doctor's weathered hands held a cup of tea that had gone lukewarm while he'd been reading, though he seemed content to hold it still, as if the ritual mattered more than the temperature. His moustache twitched slightly as he read, a small tale that Holmes had catalogued long ago, indicating Watson was reading something that amused him rather than something that instructed him. Probably one of those adventure novels he claimed to read for research, though Holmes suspected Watson simply enjoyed a good yarn as much as any man who'd lived through enough real adventures to last 3 lifetimes. The fire crackled with the particular music of well-seasoned oak, punctuated by the distant sounds of London settling into evening, the clip-clop of a late hansom cab, the muffled laughter from the public house down the street, the gentle hiss of gas lamps lighting one by one as lamplighters made their rounds. It was the symphony of a city that knew how to be comfortable with itself, even wrapped in fog thick enough to hide secrets and soft enough to muffle confessions. Mrs. Hudson's footsteps on the 17 steps. Holmes had counted them so many times he could identify her approach by the particular rhythm she made on the 7th and 12th steps, where the wood gave just slightly more than the others, announced the approach of supper. The landlady's movements carried the efficient grace of a woman who had spent decades managing the needs of lodgers, though these particular lodgers had taught her to expect the unexpected with the patience of a saint and the humour of someone who had learned to laugh at chaos rather than fight it. "Gentlemen," came her voice, warm as the tea she carried, "supper in 10 minutes, if you please. And Mr. Holmes, I do hope you'll actually eat what I've prepared this time, rather than conducting experiments on it." Holmes's lips curved in what might generously be called a smile, though Watson knew it was more an acknowledgement of Mrs. Hudson's gentle authority than any promise of compliance. "My dear Mrs. Hudson, I would not dream of subjecting your excellent cooking to the indignities of chemical analysis. That would be rather like examining a Stradivarius with a magnifying glass while ignoring its music." "Very poetic, Mr. Holmes," she replied, though her tone carried the affectionate scepticism of someone who had heard such promises before. "Dr. Watson, perhaps you could ensure he remembers this sentiment when faced with actual food." Watson chuckled, setting down his cup with the careful precision of a man who had learned that sudden movements in the presence of Sherlock Holmes could trigger lengthy dissertations on the significance of gesture and motion. "I shall do my best, Mrs. Hudson, though as you know, Sherlock's relationship with regular meals remains one of life's great mysteries." "Indeed," Holmes murmured, his attention apparently focused on the fire, though Watson could see the detective's eyes were performing their usual cataloguing dance, noting the way the flames moved, the particular colour of the smoke, the angle of the logs as they settled. Everything was data to Holmes, even the cosy domestic scene of an evening meal. Though I must say, the mystery of Mrs. Hudson's ability to time a roast to perfection, despite the chaos we regularly bring to her well-ordered household rivals, anything Scotland Yard has presented us. Mrs. Hudson's pleased smile was visible even from Watson's chair, and she departed with the satisfied air of someone who had extracted both compliment and promise in a single exchange. The house settled back into its comfortable quiet, broken only by the turning of Watson's pages and the soft whisper of Holmes's fingers drumming against the arm of his chair. Not the rapid, impatient drumming that indicated a mind racing ahead of facts, but the gentle, contemplative rhythm of someone allowing thoughts to settle like sediment in still water. The fog outside seemed to be thickening, transforming Baker Street into something from a fairy tale. Not the dark, foreboding sort, but the kind where ordinary streets become enchanted simply by being wrapped in mystery. The gas lamps blurred into soft halos, and the sounds of the city took on that muffled quality that made even London seem intimate, as if the fog were drawing a curtain around just this street, just this moment, creating a pocket of perfect contentment. Watson found himself studying his friend's profile, noting the way the firelight softened the sharp angles of Holmes's face, making him appear younger, less like the relentless thinking machine the world knew, and more like someone who might actually enjoy a quiet evening by the fire. It was a rare gift, this glimpse of Holmes at rest, and Watson treasured it the way a naturalist treasures the sight of some exotic bird in its natural habitat. Beautiful, fleeting, and not to be disturbed. The detective's grey eyes reflected the dancing flames, and for once they seemed to be seeing the fire itself rather than using it as a focal point for some complex chain of reasoning. His hands, usually in motion, gesturing, reaching for his pipe, conducting invisible orchestras of thought, lay still in his lap, long fingers relaxed in a way that spoke of genuine peace rather than the forced stillness of a mind temporarily constrained by circumstances. This was Holmes as perhaps only Watson and Mrs. Hudson ever saw him. Not the legend, not the brilliant detector of criminal schemes, not the terror of the underworld or the darling of the press, but simply a man who had found, for this moment at least, a perfect balance between the restless energy that drove him and the human need for simple, uncomplicated comfort. The clock on the mantelpiece, a gift from a grateful client whose case had involved the recovery of several valuable timepieces, leading Holmes to joke that they had been paid in time itself, chimed the quarter hour with the mellowness that only truly fine clockwork achieves. 8:45 in the evening, the golden hour when London's working day had ended but the night's entertainment had not yet begun, when the city paused to draw breath and perhaps reflect on the day's small victories and comfortable defeats. Mrs. Hudson's cooking scents grew stronger, weaving through the sitting room with the persistence of pleasant thoughts. Roast beef, certainly, with perhaps a touch of rosemary, and that mysterious something she added to her Yorkshire pudding that made it rise like edible clouds. Carrots, too, and potatoes that would have exactly the right balance of crisp exterior and fluffy interior that seemed to require some sort of domestic magic. Watson had never quite understood, despite having attempted to learn the secret on several occasions. "Watson," Holmes said suddenly, his voice carrying that particular tone that indicated he was about to share an observation that had been percolating through his mind like good tea through leaves. "Have you ever noticed how the quality of silence changes with the weather?" The doctor looked up from his book, marking his place with one finger, a habit Holmes had observed with the same attention he paid to criminal behaviour, noting that Watson always used his right index finger and always placed it exactly at the beginning of the line where he'd stopped reading, suggesting a mind that valued precision even in small private moments. "What do you mean?" Watson asked, settling back in his chair with the air of someone prepared to listen to one of Holmes's observations about the world, those small revelations that made ordinary things seem suddenly fascinating. "Tonight's silence," Holmes continued, gesturing slightly toward the window where the fog pressed against the glass like a curious cat, "is different from yesterday's silence, when the air was clear and sharp. Yesterday's quiet had edges. You could hear the individual sounds of the city, each distinct and separate. But tonight, he paused, as if listening to something only he could detect. Tonight the fog has blended everything together. The silence is soft, rounded, like the difference between listening to a single violin and listening to a string quartet playing in another room. Watson considered this, his medical mind automatically cataloguing the observation in that mental file he kept of Holmes's insights into the everyday world. It was true, he realised. The fog didn't just muffle sound, it transformed it, creating a different quality of quiet altogether. I hadn't thought of it quite that way, he admitted, though now that you mention it, there is something different about tonight's atmosphere. More, he searched for the word, intimate, Holmes supplied, and Watson nodded, pleased to find that his friend had captured exactly what he'd been reaching for. It was then, in that moment of shared understanding, that the knock came. Not the sharp, official knock of Inspector Lestrade bearing news of crime and urgency. Not the hesitant tap of a client uncertain whether to disturb the great detective's evening. Not even Mrs. Hudson's practical rap when she needed to convey household business. This knock had a particular rhythm, 3 deliberate strikes, followed by a pause, then 2 more, that made Holmes sit up in his chair with the sudden alertness of a cat who has heard a sound that doesn't belong in the ordinary symphony of the evening. Watson, too, found himself listening with heightened attention, though he couldn't have said exactly why this particular knock seemed different from the dozen others they heard each day. Perhaps it was the confidence in it, the way it seemed to assume welcome rather than request it. Or perhaps it was simply the timing, this perfect evening, this rare moment of complete contentment, interrupted by something that felt significant. "Are you expecting anyone, Holmes?" Watson asked, though he already knew the answer. Holmes's network of informants and irregular visitors followed patterns as predictable as the tides, and none of them knocked with quite this particular authority. "I am not," Holmes replied, but his tone carried interest rather than irritation. The detective had risen from his chair with that fluid grace that suggested his period of rest had refreshed rather than stiffened him. Though the rhythm of that knock suggests someone who knows this household well enough to employ what might be called a personal signature. The knock came again, the same pattern, but with perhaps slightly more emphasis, as if the visitor was confident of eventual welcome, but growing mildly impatient with the delay. Holmes moved toward the window, his steps silent on the familiar carpet, and peered down through the fog-softened glass to the street below. Whatever he saw there caused his eyebrows to rise in what Watson had learned to recognise as genuine surprise, not alarm, not concern, but the pleasant surprise of someone discovering an unexpected gift. "Well," Holmes said, turning back to Watson with something that might almost have been called a grin, "it appears we're about to have a most interesting addition to Mrs. Hudson's carefully planned supper." "Who is it?" Watson asked, closing his book entirely now and setting it aside, recognising that their quiet evening was about to take one of those turns that, in the Holmes household, usually led to adventure of one sort or another. "My brother," Holmes replied, and the simple statement carried layers of meaning that Watson was still learning to decode. There was affection there, certainly, but also a kind of resigned amusement, as if Holmes was already anticipating the particular brand of chaos that Mycroft's presence inevitably brought to any gathering. Mrs. Hudson's footsteps could be heard ascending the stairs, accompanied by the heavier tread of someone unused to the particular rhythm required by 221B's somewhat steep staircase. Her voice drifted up ahead of her, carrying the mixture of fluster and determination that characterised her response to unexpected complications. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, you have a visitor," she announced, appearing in the doorway with the slightly breathless air of someone who had been presented with a social puzzle requiring immediate solution. "Mr. Mycroft Holmes is here, and he's asking whether there might be room at your table this evening. I've told him there's always room, of course, but I thought I should ask." She trailed off, partly because Holmes was already moving toward the door, but mostly because the question of whether there was room at the table was rather beside the point when Mycroft Holmes was involved. Where Mycroft went, space seemed to rearrange itself to accommodate him. Not through any effort of his own, but through the simple gravitational effect of someone who carried the authority of Her Majesty's government in his waistcoat pocket and the accumulated wisdom of the British Empire in his considerable head. "Mrs. Hudson," Holmes said, his voice carrying that particular warmth he reserved for people he truly valued. "There is always room at our table for family, regardless of how unexpected their arrival might be, and please do not trouble yourself with additional preparations. I suspect Mycroft has not come for the pleasure of your excellent cooking, delightful though that would be." This last was said with the slight increase in volume that indicated Holmes was speaking as much for his brother's benefit as for Mrs. Hudson's, and indeed a low chuckle could be heard from the stairway, followed by Mycroft's distinctive voice, carrying that particular combination of authority and amusement that seemed to be a family trait. "My dear Sherlock," came the voice, growing closer, "you wounded me. Can a brother not simply desire the pleasure of family company on a foggy November evening? Must there always be ulterior motives?" And with that, Mycroft Holmes appeared in the doorway, his considerable form wrapped in a coat that seemed to have been tailored by someone who understood that dignity, not fashion, was the primary consideration. His umbrella, that famous umbrella that had become as much a part of his identity as Holmes's pipe or Watson's moustache, was tucked under one arm, and his face wore the expression of someone who was enjoying himself immensely, though for reasons he had not yet chosen to share. The evening, Watson realised with a mixture of anticipation and resignation that had become his default response to unexpected developments in the Holmes household, was about to become considerably more interesting than anyone had planned. Mycroft Holmes filled the doorway of 221B Baker Street's sitting room, the way a cathedral fills with music, not through any effort of his own, but through the simple presence of something substantial meeting its proper setting. Where his younger brother was all sharp angles and restless energy, Mycroft possessed the solidity of an institution, the kind of reassuring weight that spoke of permanence in an age where everything else seemed to be changing with the speed of steam engines and telegraph wires. The fog from the street had followed him in, clinging to his coat like whispered secrets from Whitehall, and as he removed his gloves with the deliberate precision of a man who understood that even the smallest gestures could carry diplomatic significance, Watson found himself thinking that here stood someone who could probably recite the exact tonnage of coal imported to London this month, while simultaneously composing a mental grocery list and solving a crossword puzzle. It was a distinctly Holmes family trait, this ability to hold multiple threads of thought simultaneously, though where Sherlock's mind raced like a thoroughbred, Mycroft's moved with the measured dignity of a state carriage. "Watson," Mycroft said, inclining his head with exactly the degree of courtesy appropriate for greeting one's brother's closest friend and collaborator, "you look well. I trust the November dampness isn't aggravating your shoulder. I found that the combination of fog and falling barometric pressure can be particularly troublesome for old military injuries, especially those involving shrapnel from the northwest frontier." The doctor blinked, momentarily thrown by this casual display of knowledge about his medical history, knowledge that presumably lived somewhere in the vast filing system of Mycroft's mind, alongside the grain exports of Argentina and the sleeping habits of Russian diplomats. "Quite well, thank you," Watson managed, rising from his chair with the automatic courtesy of a man trained in the social graces, even when those graces were being deployed in the presence of someone who probably knew more about his breakfast preferences than he remembered himself. Sherlock watched this exchange with the expression of someone observing a familiar dance performed by accomplished partners. The detective had moved to the mantelpiece, one elbow resting against it in a pose of studied casualness that didn't quite hide his genuine pleasure at his brother's arrival. There was something almost boyish in the way Holmes' eyes sparked with anticipation, not the cold fire of intellectual pursuit that Watson knew so well, but the warmer glow of someone preparing to engage in a favourite sport with a worthy opponent. "Mycroft," Holmes said, his voice carrying that particular tone reserved for family members who had earned both affection and wariness in equal measure. "How extraordinarily spontaneous of you. I don't believe you've graced our humble lodgings with an unscheduled visit since that business with the Boscombe Valley mystery, and that was hardly social." Mycroft's smile was the diplomatic equivalent of a cat's purr. unmistakably pleased, but with layers of meaning that would require considerable study to fully decode. "My dear Sherlock, you make it sound as though I require an appointment to visit my own brother. Surely family affection operates beyond the constraints of formal scheduling." The words were mild, even fond, but Watson caught the subtle emphasis on family affection that suggested this particular chess match was already several moves deep before the first piece had been visibly moved. He settled back in his chair, recognizing that he was about to witness one of those verbal duels that made him grateful for his medical training. At least when treating sword wounds, the damage was immediately apparent. Mrs. Hudson reappeared in the doorway, her practical mind having already solved the immediate logistical challenges presented by an unexpected dinner guest. "Mr. Mycroft," she said, her voice carrying the warmth reserved for family members who had proven themselves capable of both causing trouble and appreciating good cooking. "It's lovely to see you again. I've set another place at the table, and there's more than enough roast. Though I do hope you haven't come bearing one of those cases that will keep the gentleman up until all hours, debating the significance of tobacco ash and bootlaces." Mycroft's chuckle was a sound like distant thunder. Impressive, slightly ominous, but ultimately reassuring in its familiarity. "Mrs. Hudson, you wounded me. Can a man not simply desire the pleasure of his brother's company without ulterior professional motives? Though I must say, your reputation for roast beef has reached even the corridors of Whitehall. There was considerable jealousy when I mentioned I might be dining here this evening." This casual revelation that Mycroft had mentioned his dinner plans to colleagues in government caused Holmes's eyebrows to rise fractionally, a small movement that Watson had learned to interpret as significant. Mycroft Holmes did not casually mention personal plans to government colleagues unless those plans served some larger purpose, which meant that this visit, spontaneous though it appeared, was almost certainly anything but. "How gratifying to know that the British Empire's efficiency extends to intelligence gathering about domestic cuisine," Holmes observed, his tone light but his eyes alert. "I do hope Her Majesty's enemies never discover that our most closely guarded state secrets can be extracted through the simple expedient of praising Mrs. Hudson's Yorkshire pudding. The recipe for which," Mrs. Hudson interjected with the satisfied air of someone holding a truly valuable card, "will go with me to my grave, government inquiries notwithstanding." She departed with a rustle of skirts and the quiet confidence of someone who had just demonstrated that the real power in 221B Baker Street resided not with consulting detectives or government officials, but with the person who controlled the kitchen. The three men watched her go with expressions of genuine respect. Mrs. Hudson's ability to manage the Holmes brothers' various complexities had long since passed from impressive to legendary, and they all knew it. Mycroft removed his coat with the measured movements of someone who understood that every action was potentially significant, draping it carefully over the back of Watson's vacated chair. Underneath, he wore a waistcoat that probably cost more than most men earned in a month, but which he wore with the unconscious ease of someone to whom such details were simply part of the uniform required by his station. The fabric was a deep charcoal grey that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, giving him the appearance of someone who could blend into shadows despite his considerable size. A useful quality, Watson supposed, for someone whose professional life involved secrets that could topple governments. "You know, Sherlock," Mycroft said, settling himself into the remaining chair with the careful precision of someone whose weight required strategic consideration of furniture, "I've been thinking about your latest monograph, the one on tobacco ash identification. Quite comprehensive, though I couldn't help noticing you omitted any reference to the particular blend favoured by junior clerks in the Foreign Office." Holmes's smile was sharp as winter sunlight. "How remiss of me. Though I suspect such information might fall under the Official Secrets Act, making its inclusion somewhat problematic for publication." "Indeed," Mycroft agreed solemnly, though his eyes sparkled with mischief. "Though one might argue that the ability to identify the smoking habits of government employees could serve the national interest. Consider the intelligence value of determining, through ash analysis alone, which departments a suspect has recently visited." Watson found himself genuinely intrigued despite his suspicion that he was watching the opening moves of an elaborate intellectual game. Is such specificity actually possible? He asked, addressing his question to both brothers but watching their faces for the subtle signs that would indicate whether this was serious discussion or elaborate fraternal sport. Oh, absolutely, Holmes replied, warming to a favourite subject. The ash characteristics of different tobacco blends are as distinctive as fingerprints, once you know what to look for. The particular mixture supplied to Foreign Office personnel has a distinctive silica content due to the storage conditions in their basement vaults. Terribly damp down there, you know. Plays havoc with the tobacco's burning properties. Whereas, Mycroft added seamlessly, the Treasury prefers a Virginia blend that produces ash with a particular crystalline structure when burned. Something to do with the soil composition where their tobacco is grown. Fascinating stuff, really, if you have the proper scientific background to appreciate the subtleties. Watson stared at them both, uncertain whether he was receiving a genuine education in forensic science or being treated to an elaborate performance designed for his benefit. With the Holmes brothers, the line between sincere expertise and theatrical display was often impossible to distinguish, which he suspected was entirely intentional. You see, Watson, Holmes continued, his eyes never leaving his brother's face, Mycroft's work occasionally requires him to observe the habits of various government personnel, purely for administrative purposes, of course. Naturally, Mycroft agreed. One must know one's colleagues' habits in order to coordinate effectively. For instance, it's useful to know which junior ministers prefer to conduct their private correspondence during their afternoon pipe, or which department heads can be relied upon to be absent from their offices during certain tobacco breaks. The conversation had taken on that quality of multi-layered meaning that characterized all serious interactions between the Holmes brothers. On the surface, a discussion of tobacco ash analysis, but underneath, a complex exchange of information about government surveillance techniques and professional methodologies that would probably qualify as state secrets if anyone outside this room were listening. Watson, recognizing his role as audience for this performance, settled back to enjoy the show. There was something almost ritualistic about these exchanges between the brothers, a way of establishing territory, sharing information, and demonstrating affection all at once, like dogs circling each other in a dance that might end in play or combat, depending on subtle cues invisible to outsiders. The fire crackled in the grate, sending shadows dancing across the walls in patterns that seemed to shift and change with the rhythm of the conversation. Outside, the fog continued to press against the windows like a curious observer, muffling the sounds of London until the sitting room felt isolated from the world, a bubble of warmth and gaslight suspended in the November evening. Speaking of administrative coordination, Holmes said, his tone casual in the way that Watson had learned usually preceded something significant. I trust your recent reorganization of the clerical staff has proceeded smoothly. I noticed the Times mentioned some shuffling of personnel in the parliamentary reports, though the details were rather vague. Mycroft's expression didn't change, but something in the quality of his stillness suggested that they had moved from casual conversation to more serious territory. These things are always delicate, he replied carefully. When one is dealing with institutional knowledge, accumulated over many years, transitions must be handled with considerable sensitivity. Some information is simply too valuable to risk disrupting through hasty changes. Watson's medical training had taught him to listen not just to what patients said, but to what they carefully avoided saying, and he could hear the weight of unspoken meaning in both brothers' words. They were discussing something important, possibly something related to government security, but in the coded language that allowed them to share information without technically violating any oaths or regulations. Quite so, Holmes agreed, though I imagine the process is simplified when one has comprehensive files on all personnel involved. Makes it easier to predict how individuals might respond to changed circumstances. One does one's best to be thorough in such matters, Mycroft acknowledged, though there are always surprises. Human nature is remarkably resistant to complete categorization, even with the most detailed observation. The exchange reminded Watson of watching two master swordsmen warming up before a match, each testing the other's reflexes, establishing rhythm, preparing for the real contest to come. but underneath the competitive display there was genuine warmth, the affection of two men who understood each other's minds in ways that perhaps no one else could. Mrs. Hudson's voice drifted up from below, calling that supper would be ready momentarily, and the announcement seemed to shift the atmosphere in the room. The formal preliminaries were complete. Now they could settle into the more comfortable rhythm of family dinner conversation, though with the Holmes brothers, Watson had learned that comfortable was a relative term. "I must say," Mycroft remarked, rising from his chair with the measured grace of someone whose size required careful consideration of momentum, "Mrs. Hudson's timing remains impeccable. I confess I worked through a luncheon today, and the thought of her cooking has been considerably more motivating than several urgent memoranda from the Prime Minister's office." "High praise indeed," Holmes observed dryly, "considering the source. Though I suspect Mrs. Hudson would be gratified to know that her roast beef outranks affairs of state in your personal hierarchy of importance." "My dear Sherlock," Mycroft replied, straightening his waistcoat with the automatic gesture of someone accustomed to formal dining, "you underestimate the diplomatic significance of a properly prepared meal. More treaties have been successfully negotiated over good food than in all the conference rooms of Europe combined." Watson found himself smiling as he followed the brothers toward the dining room. Despite the undercurrents of professional intrigue and fraternal competition, there was something deeply satisfying about this scene. Two brilliant men setting aside the weight of their respective responsibilities to enjoy the simple pleasure of family dinner. It was a reminder that beneath all the intellectual fireworks and government secrets, the Holmes brothers were simply brothers, with all the complicated affection that the relationship implied. The dining room glowed with warm light from the gas fixtures Mrs. Hudson had lit in preparation, and the table was set with the good china, not the everyday plates, but the ones reserved for special occasions and important guests. Watson noted this detail with the appreciation of someone who understood that Mrs. Hudson's choices in such matters were never arbitrary. The good china was a signal that Mycroft's visit, unexpected though it was being treated as a celebration rather than an inconvenience. As they took their seats, Mycroft at the head of the table with the natural authority of someone accustomed to presiding over important gatherings, Holmes to his right with the alert posture of someone ready to engage in verbal combat, Watson across from Holmes with the relaxed attention of someone prepared to enjoy both the food and the entertainment. The evening settled into its next phase. The fog continued to press against the windows, wrapping 221B Baker Street in its gentle embrace, creating the perfect atmosphere for the kind of evening that would be remembered long after the specific words were forgotten, an evening of family, food, and the particular pleasure that comes from matching wits with people intelligent enough to appreciate the effort. The dining room of 221B Baker Street had been transformed by Mrs. Hudson's attention into something approaching ceremonial elegance. Not the cold formality of a government banquet, but the warm dignity of a family gathering that happened to include individuals whose conversations could reshape the political landscape of Europe. The good china caught the gaslight like captured stars, each piece positioned with the precision that spoke of decades spent managing households where important people discussed important things over properly prepared meals. Mrs. Hudson herself presided over the serving with the quiet authority of someone who understood that her role extended far beyond mere domestic service. She was, Watson reflected as he watched her arrange the roast beef with artistic care, more like the conductor of a small but essential orchestra, ensuring that every element of the evening harmonized properly, that comfort was maintained, and that the fundamental business of civilized life continued, regardless of whatever storms might be raging in the larger world beyond these walls. The roast beef itself was a masterpiece of the culinary arts, carved into slices so perfect they seemed almost too beautiful to disturb. The meat was that precise shade of pink that suggested Mrs. Hudson possessed either supernatural timing or some secret method of determining doneness that she had never chosen to share with the scientific minds who frequented her table. Alongside it, Yorkshire pudding rose like golden clouds, their surfaces crisp enough to provide satisfying contrast, while remaining tender enough to absorb the rich gravy that accompanied them. "Mrs. Hudson," Mycroft said, his voice carrying the genuine appreciation of someone who understood quality when he encountered it. "This is magnificent. I must confess that the dining arrangements at my club, impressive though they are, pale in comparison to your artistry." The landlady's pleased smile was worth more than any number of official commendations, and she bustled about ensuring that everyone's plates were properly filled while maintaining the flow of conversation with the skill of someone who had learned to listen without appearing to hear and to be present without intruding upon the particular dynamics that governed interactions between the Holmes brothers. "You're too kind, Mr. Mycroft," she replied, though her tone suggested she was perfectly aware of her own excellence and appreciated having it acknowledged by someone whose opinion carried weight. "Though I must say, it's a pleasure to cook for people who actually appreciate the effort that goes into a proper meal." This last was delivered with a meaningful glance toward Sherlock, who had the grace to look mildly abashed. Holmes's relationship with regular meals remained one of the household's ongoing challenges, as his tendency to become absorbed in cases often led to days when his primary nutrition came from pipe tobacco and the occasional biscuit discovered in coat pockets. "My dear Mrs. Hudson," Holmes said, cutting into his beef with the deliberate attention of someone making amends for past nutritional negligence, "I assure you that my appreciation for your cooking is matched only by my regret for those occasions when the demands of professional obligation have prevented me from demonstrating that appreciation properly." Watson nearly choked on his wine, a very fine claret that Mrs. Hudson had produced from some mysterious cellar store reserved for special occasions. Holmes delivering what amounted to an apology for his eating habits was sufficiently rare as to constitute front-page news in any publication devoted to the documentation of remarkable events. Mycroft observed this exchange with the expression of someone filing away useful intelligence about family dynamics. "It's curious," he mused, accepting a second helping of roasted vegetables with the calm efficiency of someone whose considerable frame required substantial fuel. "How the demands of intellectual work seem to affect people's relationship with physical sustenance. I've noticed that the most brilliant minds often treat their bodies as inconvenient appendages to be fed when absolutely necessary, rather than as integral components of their thinking apparatus. Whereas," Holmes replied, his eyes sparkling with the anticipation of verbal combat, "those whose work involves the management of large bureaucratic systems seem to develop an appreciation for the finer points of cuisine that borders on the professional. One might almost say that dining becomes a form of diplomacy, a way of conducting business through the medium of shared appreciation for excellence." The comment was delivered with just enough edge to suggest that Holmes was gently mocking his brother's well-known appreciation for good food, while simultaneously acknowledging the legitimate professional purposes such appreciation could serve. It was exactly the sort of multi-layered observation that characterized conversation between the Holmes brothers, affectionate teasing, wrapped around genuine insight, delivered with sufficient wit to deflect any suggestion of actual criticism. Mycroft's responding smile was equally complex. "Indeed, my dear Sherlock, though one might observe that consulting detectives who survive primarily on tobacco and the occasional apple are hardly positioned to comment critically on anyone else's dietary philosophy. When did you last eat a meal that consisted of more than 2 courses, excluding Mrs. Hudson's heroic interventions?" Watson found himself mediating this exchange with the practiced ease of someone who had learned to navigate the particular currents of Holmes' family dynamics. "Perhaps," he suggested diplomatically, "we might acknowledge that different professions require different approaches to sustenance, while agreeing that Mrs. Hudson's cooking represents a standard of excellence that transcends such considerations." Both brothers turned to regard him with expressions of mild surprise, as if they had forgotten that their verbal duelling had an audience. Then Mycroft chuckled, a sound like distant thunder rolling across the peaceful countryside. "Quite right, Watson. The voice of reason, as always. Though I must say, your diplomatic skills have improved considerably since your military days. Have you been taking lessons in conflict resolution, or is this simply the natural result of extended exposure to my brother's conversational style?" "Survival instinct," Watson replied promptly, which earned him appreciative laughter from both brothers and a particularly approving look from Mrs. Hudson, who clearly regarded anyone capable of managing the Holmes boys as a valuable ally in the ongoing campaign to maintain domestic tranquility. The conversation settled into more comfortable rhythms as the meal progressed, touching on topics that range from the latest developments in forensic science to the political implications of recent changes in European trade agreements. Watson found himself impressed, as always, by the breadth of knowledge both brothers brought to any discussion. Holmes with his encyclopedic grasp of criminal behaviour and investigative technique, Mycroft with his comprehensive understanding of governmental systems and international relations. "I read your recent paper on bloodstain analysis with considerable interest," Mycroft mentioned during a lull in the conversation, addressing his remark to Holmes while cutting his meat with surgical precision. The mathematical approach to determining the angle of impact was particularly elegant, though I couldn't help wondering whether the methodology might have applications beyond criminal investigation. Holmes paused with his fork halfway to his mouth, his expression suggesting that his brother had just opened a line of inquiry with potentially fascinating implications. "How do you mean?" "Well," Mycroft continued, his tone carefully casual in the way that Watson had learned usually preceded something significant. "The same principles that allow you to reconstruct the trajectory of blood droplets might, with certain modifications, be applicable to other forms of ballistic analysis, artillery trajectories, for instance, or the kind of detailed reconstruction work that might be useful in investigating industrial accidents." The careful emphasis on certain words suggested that they had moved from general scientific discussion into territory that touched on Mycroft's professional responsibilities. Watson noticed that Holmes's attention had sharpened considerably, though his response remained within the bounds of academic discourse. "Fascinating possibility," Holmes acknowledged, "though I imagine the practical applications would require access to specialized data that might not be readily available for civilian research purposes." "Quite so," Mycroft agreed, "though in theory, collaboration between academic researchers and institutional investigators could prove mutually beneficial, particularly when dealing with cases that might have implications extending beyond purely domestic concerns." Watson realized that he was witnessing another of those coded exchanges that allowed the brothers to share professional information without technically violating any regulations or oaths. The discussion of bloodstain analysis had somehow evolved into a conversation about artillery investigations and international security concerns, all conducted in language so carefully neutral that anyone overhearing it would assume they were discussing purely theoretical scientific problems. Mrs. Hudson reappeared with dessert, a treacle tart that seemed to glow with golden warmth, accompanied by custard so perfectly smooth it might have been crafted by angels with a particular talent for dairy products. She served it with the satisfied air of someone presenting the final movement of a culinary symphony, though Watson noticed that her attention seemed particularly focused on Mycroft's expression as he tasted the first bite. "Mrs. Hudson," Mycroft said after a moment of contemplative chewing, "this is extraordinary. I don't suppose you would consider sharing the recipe. I have a colleague whose wife has been attempting to recreate something similar for months, with results that can only be described as disappointing." "I'm afraid that's quite impossible, Mr. Mycroft," Mrs. Hudson replied with the gentle firmness of someone defending state secrets. "The recipe was my grandmother's, and she made me promise never to write it down. Family traditions, you understand." "Of course," Mycroft acknowledged gravely. "Family loyalties must be respected, even when they conflict with broader interests. Though I must say, your grandmother's wisdom in maintaining such traditions is admirable. Some knowledge is simply too valuable to risk through widespread distribution." Once again, Watson caught the undertones that suggested the conversation was operating on multiple levels simultaneously. Mrs. Hudson's treacle tart recipe had somehow become a metaphor for classified information and the importance of maintaining security protocols, all while remaining ostensibly focused on culinary traditions. As the meal wound toward its conclusion, Watson found himself studying the interplay between the three remarkable individuals who shared this table. Mrs. Hudson, with her quiet competence and unwavering loyalty, provided the stable foundation that allowed the more dramatic personalities to flourish. Holmes, brilliant and restless, brought energy and innovation to every exchange, and Mycroft, substantial and contemplative, offered the weight of experience and institutional knowledge that balanced his brother's more mercurial tendencies. The fog outside had grown thicker, transforming the windows into soft grey mirrors that reflected the warm light of the dining room while obscuring any view of the street beyond. It was as if 221 B. Baker Street had been temporarily disconnected from the larger world, creating a pocket of perfect contentment where important people could share excellent food and stimulating conversation without the constant pressure of their professional responsibilities. "You know, Sherlock," Mycroft said as Mrs. Hudson cleared away the dessert plates with quiet efficiency, "I've been meaning to ask about that curious case you mentioned in your last letter. The one involving the missing parliamentary papers and the trained orangutan. Did that ever reach a satisfactory conclusion?" Holmes' eyes lit with the particular pleasure he took in recounting successful investigations. "Oh, entirely satisfactory, though not in the way anyone expected. It turned out that there was no orangutan at all, merely a very small clerk with unusual climbing abilities and a talent for mimicry. The parliamentary papers, incidentally, were never actually missing, but had been misfiled in a deliberate attempt to conceal certain irregularities in the procurement process." Mycroft nodded knowingly. "One of those cases where the apparent mystery serves to distract attention from the actual crime. Quite clever, really, though ultimately unsuccessful given your involvement." "Indeed," Holmes agreed. "Though I must confess the solution was rather disappointing from a purely intellectual standpoint. The orangutan theory was considerably more interesting than the reality of bureaucratic fraud and athletic clerks." Watson listened to this exchange with a mixture of amusement and resignation that characterised his response to most of Holmes' case discussions. He had long since given up trying to determine which details were factual and which were embellished for dramatic effect, though he suspected that in this instance the truth was probably stranger than any fiction Holmes might have invented. As the evening settled into its more contemplative phase, with the meal concluded and the conversation turning to broader topics of mutual interest, Watson found himself thinking about the particular chemistry that occurred when the Holmes brothers shared a table. Despite their different approaches to life and work, there was an underlying harmony between them, a recognition of shared intellectual gifts and family bonds that transcended any professional rivalries or personal differences. The clock on the mantelpiece chimed 10 o'clock, its melodious notes seeming to hang in the air like a gentle reminder that the evening was progressing. Though none of the three men showed any inclination to bring the gathering to a premature conclusion, there was something almost magical about this particular combination of excellent food, stimulating conversation, and the comfortable isolation provided by the November fog that made the outside world seem both distant and irrelevant. Mrs. Hudson appeared once more, this time bearing a tray laden with coffee service, and what appeared to be a selection of fine brandies that Watson was certain had not been a part of the household stores that morning. Her ability to produce exactly the right refreshments for any occasion continued to amaze him, though he had learned not to inquire too closely into the sources of her various supplies. "Gentlemen," she said, setting the tray on the sideboard with the practised ease of someone who had performed this ritual countless times, "I thought you might enjoy something to settle the meal, and Mr. Mycroft, I believe you'll find the brandy particularly agreeable. It's from the same distillery that supplies your club, unless I'm much mistaken." Mycroft's eyebrows rose in genuine surprise, though his expression suggested he was more impressed than startled by this demonstration of Mrs. Hudson's extensive knowledge of his preferences. "My dear Mrs. Hudson, your intelligence network would be the envy of several government departments I could mention. How on earth did you come by such specific information?" Mrs. Hudson's smile was mysterious as moonlight through fog. "A lady must have her secrets, Mr. Mycroft, though I will say that a word with the right person in the right place can provide a remarkable amount of useful information, particularly when that person happens to appreciate good cooking." With that enigmatic comment she departed, leaving the three men to contemplate the possibility that Mrs. Hudson's domestic competence might extend into areas that would qualify as professional intelligence gathering in other contexts. Watson found the idea both alarming and oddly comforting, If Mrs. Hudson was indeed maintaining surveillance networks for the purpose of improving her household management, then 221B Baker Street was probably one of the most secure locations in London. The brandy, as Mrs. Hudson had promised, was exceptional, the sort that seemed to carry within its amber depths the concentrated essence of autumn orchards and patient years spent in oak casks that had witnessed the rise and fall of governments. Mycroft held his snifter with the reverence of someone who understood that truly fine spirits were among civilization's most reliable consolations, while Holmes regarded his own glass with the abstract appreciation of a man who valued quality but rarely allowed himself to be distracted by it. Watson found himself settling into that particular state of comfortable alertness that characterised the best sort of evening entertainment, well fed, pleasantly warmed by excellent brandy, and surrounded by conversation intelligent enough to engage his mind without taxing it. The fog outside had grown so thick that it seemed to press against the windows like a living thing, creating the illusion that 221B Baker Street existed in a pocket dimension, removed from the ordinary concerns of London's 10 million souls. "You know," Mycroft said, swirling his brandy with the meditative attention of someone organising thoughts of considerable complexity, "there's something rather remarkable about evenings like this. The combination of good food, intelligent company, and the sort of weather that encourages introspection seems to create ideal conditions for reflection." Holmes leaned back in his chair, his long fingers steepled in that characteristic pose that Watson had learned, indicated his friend was either solving a complex problem or preparing to create one. "Indeed, though I suspect that your particular brand of reflection this evening has less to do with philosophical contemplation and more to do with some specific matter that has been occupying your considerable mental resources." The observation was delivered with the casual precision of someone making a perfectly ordinary comment about the weather, though Watson caught the underlying challenge in Holmes's tone. The detective had clearly been waiting for his brother to reveal the true purpose behind this ostensibly social visit, and was now applying gentle pressure to encourage such revelation. Mycroft's smile was rueful, carrying the expression of someone whose carefully laid plans had been detected by an observer, too intelligent to be easily deceived. "My dear Sherlock, you wound me. Can a brother not simply enjoy family company without ulterior motives?" "Certainly," Holmes replied smoothly, "though in your case the definition of simple enjoyment tends to encompass activities that would qualify as elaborate strategic planning in most other contexts. I've counted at least 3 occasions this evening when you've steered our conversation toward topics that touch on your professional interests, each time testing whether I might possess information relevant to some current governmental concern." Watson watched this exchange with the fascination of someone observing a chess match between grandmasters. Each move deliberate, each response calculated not just for its immediate effect, but for its implications several exchanges ahead. The brother's ability to conduct complex negotiations while maintaining the surface appearance of casual conversation never ceased to amaze him. "Well," Mycroft conceded, his tone carrying the good humour of someone whose strategy had been expertly countered, "since you've penetrated my admittedly transparent subterfuge, perhaps we might dispense with the elaborate preliminaries and move to more direct communication." He reached into his waistcoat pocket with the deliberate movement of someone retrieving something significant, then paused, his expression shifting from amused resignation to mild perplexity. His large hand patted the pocket more thoroughly, then moved to investigate other potential locations with the systematic approach of someone conducting an increasingly urgent search. "How curious," he murmured, his voice carrying the particular tone reserved for situations that didn't conform to expected patterns. "I could have sworn." Holmes sat forward slightly, his attention sharpening in the way that indicated his consulting detective instincts had detected something worth investigating. "What seems to be the matter, Mycroft?" "Nothing of great consequence." "Great," Mycroft replied, though his continued searching suggested otherwise. "I had a document with me, nothing terribly important, merely some notes I'd prepared for our conversation. I was certain I'd placed it in my waistcoat pocket before leaving the office, but it seems to have disappeared." The word disappeared hung in the air with the sort of significance that would have been entirely inappropriate for a missing grocery list, but seemed perfectly reasonable when applied to any document associated with Mycroft Holmes' professional activities. Watson found himself automatically cataloguing the implications had the document been lost, stolen, or simply misplaced, and what were the potential consequences of its absence. Holmes rose from his chair with the fluid grace of someone whose body responded instantly to his mind's directives. Describe the document, if you would. Size, appearance, any distinctive characteristics that might aid in location. A single sheet of foolscap, Mycroft replied, his own considerable bulk preventing him from conducting as thorough a personal search as his brother was clearly prepared to undertake. Folded twice, with my personal seal impressed in blue wax. The contents are, well, let us say they represent observations about certain recent personnel changes. That might be of mutual professional interest. Watson's medical training had taught him to pay attention to what patients didn't say, as much as what they did, and Mycroft's careful phrasing suggested that this unimportant document might actually be quite significant indeed. Personnel changes in Mycroft's sphere of influence could affect anything from departmental budgets to international treaty negotiations, making the document's disappearance potentially problematic regardless of its allegedly casual nature. "When did you last recall having it in your possession?" Holmes asked, beginning a systematic examination of the sitting room, with the methodical thoroughness that characterized his approach to any investigative challenge. His eyes moved across surfaces and into corners with the precision of someone who understood that significant objects could hide in insignificant places. Mycroft considered the question with the deliberate attention of someone whose memory was trained to retain precise details about important matters. "I reviewed it in my carriage during the journey. Here wanted to ensure that our conversation covered all relevant points. I distinctly remember folding it and placing it in my waistcoat pocket as we approached Baker Street." "And you've had no occasion to remove it since your arrival," Holmes continued, his hands now investigating the cushions of Mycroft's chair with surgical precision. "No moment when you might have absently withdrawn it along with a handkerchief or pocket watch?" "I think not," Mycroft replied, though his expression suggested he was reviewing the evening's events with the thoroughness of someone who understood that memory, however trained, remained fallible. "Though I must admit Mrs. Hudson's excellent brandy may have rendered my recollection somewhat less precise than usual." Watson found himself joining the search, partly from genuine helpfulness, but mostly from curiosity about Holmes' investigative methods when applied to domestic rather than criminal mysteries. The detective's approach remained unchanged, the same systematic examination, the same attention to detail, the same refusal to accept that any object could truly vanish without explanation. "Let us consider the possibilities systematically," Holmes said, pausing in his search to apply deductive reasoning to the problem. "Either the document never entered this building, in which case it remains in your carriage, or was lost during your journey from vehicle to door, or it did enter the building and has since been misplaced within these premises." "The second option seems more likely," Mycroft acknowledged. "I'm quite certain I had it when I climbed the stairs. I remember the weight of it in my pocket as I navigated those 17 steps of yours." Holmes' eyebrows rose fractionally at this casual demonstration that Mycroft, too, had catalogued the precise number of steps leading to their lodgings. Watson supposed that such attention to architectural detail was probably a professional requirement for anyone whose work involved analysing building layouts for security purposes. "In that case," Holmes continued, "we need only determine where within these rooms a document might have gone astray. The possibilities are limited. It could have fallen during the process of removing your coat, slipped from your pocket while you were seated, or been inadvertently displaced during the meal." The search that followed was conducted with the cheerful efficiency of 3 intelligent men, applying themselves to a puzzle that, while potentially significant, remained sufficiently non-urgent to permit thorough investigation. Watson found himself examining chair cushions and carpet edges with the same attention he might normally reserve for symptoms of rare diseases, while Holmes investigated more creative possibilities, behind picture frames, between book pages, inside decorative vases that seemed too small to contain folded foolscap, but which his thoroughness required him to check nonetheless. Mycroft, meanwhile, conducted what amounted to a complete inventory of his own clothing, investigating every pocket, seam and fold with the systematic approach of someone who understood that the most obvious locations were often overlooked precisely because they seemed too obvious to warrant investigation. Mrs. Hudson appeared in the doorway, drawn by the sounds of furniture being moved and cushions being thoroughly examined. "Is everything quite all right, gentlemen? You seem to be conducting some sort of archaeological expedition." "Nothing alarming, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes assured her, though his continued searching suggested otherwise. "My brother has simply misplaced a document of some professional importance, and we're attempting to locate it before its absence creates any administrative complications." Mrs. Hudson's expression suggested she understood perfectly well that administrative complications in Mycroft's case could encompass anything from interdepartmental memoranda to international incidents. "Would this be a folded paper, about so large?" she asked, gesturing with her hands to indicate approximate dimensions. "With a blue wax seal?" All three men turned to stare at her with expressions of combined hope and amazement. Mycroft's face carried the particular relief of someone who had just discovered that his worst fears were unfounded, while Holmes looked intrigued by the efficiency with which Mrs. Hudson had apparently solved their mystery. "You've seen it?" Watson asked, speaking for all of them. Mrs. Hudson's smile was mysterious as candlelight through coloured glass. "Indeed I have, Dr. Watson. In fact, I believe I know exactly where it might be found, though the location is somewhat amusing." She paused dramatically, clearly enjoying her moment of superior knowledge, while the three men waited with the patience of students listening to a particularly engaging teacher who had promised to reveal something significant. "You see," Mrs. Hudson continued, "when I was clearing the coffee service earlier, I noticed something rather odd tucked beneath Mr. Mycroft's saucer. At first I thought it might be a napkin that had gone astray, but when I looked more closely—" She trailed off, allowing the implications to settle. Mycroft's expression shifted from relief to mild embarrassment, the look of someone who had just realised that his careful professional habits had been undermined by the simple domestic action of placing a coffee cup on top of important documents. "You mean to say that your document spent the latter portion of our meal serving as an impromptu coaster," Holmes finished, his tone carrying barely suppressed amusement. "How wonderfully mundane." Watson found himself grinning at the image of state secrets being used to protect Mrs. Hudson's good china from coffee rings. There was something deeply satisfying about the idea that even the most carefully planned governmental activities remained subject to the ordinary hazards of domestic life, that documents which might influence the fate of nations could be temporarily repurposed as kitchen accessories through nothing more dramatic than a moment's inattention. "I took the liberty of retrieving it when I cleared the table," Mrs. Hudson continued, producing the document from her apron pocket with the satisfied air of someone who had solved a puzzle that had baffled greater minds. "I thought you might be looking for it eventually, though I must say it seems rather sturdy for such important-looking correspondence. The coffee didn't damage it at all." Mycroft accepted the return of his document with the gracious dignity of someone who understood that embarrassment was a small price to pay for the efficient resolution of what could have been a significantly more problematic situation. "Mrs. Hudson, your observational skills and discretion are, as always, exemplary. I'm deeply grateful for your intervention." "Think nothing of it, Mr. Mycroft," she replied, though her pleased expression suggested she was perfectly aware of the service she had rendered. "I've learned that gentlemen in your line of work occasionally require assistance with the more practical aspects of daily life, particularly when their attention is focused on weightier matters." As Mrs. Hudson departed with the satisfied air of someone who had restored order to her domain, the Hudson as a domestic security specialist, defending the household's furnishings against the inadvertent depredations of brilliant minds, too absorbed in weightier matters to notice where they placed their coffee cups. There was something wonderfully reassuring about the idea that even the most complex governmental operations remained subject to the fundamental laws of domestic management, that important documents could be preserved not through elaborate filing systems, but through the simple expedient of careful table service. "Though I must confess," Holmes continued, reaching for one of Mrs. Hudson's mysteriously materialised biscuits. The systematic search we conducted was hardly wasted effort. It provided an excellent opportunity to catalogue the current state of our domestic arrangements, identify several areas where our organisational systems might benefit from improvement, and demonstrate that Mycroft's observational skills remain sharp enough to notice architectural details that most visitors ignore entirely. The reference to the 17 steps earned an approving nod from Mycroft, who had clearly appreciated having his attention to detail acknowledged by someone whose own powers of observation were legendary. One develops habits of systematic attention when one's professional responsibilities require constant awareness of environmental factors, though I must admit applying such habits to domestic search operations produces rather different results than one might expect from more official investigations. Watson sensed an opportunity to learn something about the methodologies that governed both brothers' approaches to problem-solving. What do you mean? Surely the fundamental principles of systematic investigation remain constant regardless of the specific context. Holmes and Mycroft exchanged one of those looks that suggested they were about to embark on a discussion that would illuminate some aspect of their respective professional philosophies. Watson settled back with his tea, recognising the particular intellectual atmosphere that preceded the sort of conversation that made his evenings with the Holmes brothers consistently more educational than any university lecture series. "The principles are indeed constant," Holmes began, his tone carrying the enthusiasm of someone addressing a favourite subject. "But the applications vary considerably, depending on the stakes involved and the resources available. When investigating a criminal matter, for instance, one approaches the search with the assumption that evidence may have been deliberately concealed, that witnesses may be unreliable, and that time is frequently of critical importance. Whereas," Mycroft continued seamlessly, demonstrating the brothers' ability to conduct collaborative explanations with the precision of a well-rehearsed musical duet, "governmental investigations operate under different constraints. The evidence is rarely hidden with criminal intent, but it may be obscured by bureaucratic complexity, interdepartmental rivalries, or simple institutional inertia. Time pressures exist, but they tend to be measured in weeks or months rather than hours or days." Mrs. Hudson, who had finished arranging the tea service, lingered near the table with the attentive posture of someone who had learned that conversations between the Holmes brothers often contained information that proved useful for future reference. Watson had noticed that she possessed a remarkable ability to appear focused on domestic tasks, while actually absorbing everything said within her hearing, a skill that probably made her one of the best informed individuals in London regarding the intersection of criminal investigation and governmental activity. But tonight's search, Watson observed, fell into neither category. The stakes were significant enough to warrant systematic investigation, but not urgent enough to create pressure. The evidence wasn't hidden deliberately, merely misplaced through ordinary circumstances. How did that affect your approach? Holmes smiled with the satisfaction of someone whose student had asked exactly the right question. "Precisely the point, Watson. Tonight's investigation represented what one might call pure detective work. Systematic observation and logical deduction applied without the distorting influences of criminal intent or bureaucratic complications. It's rather like having the opportunity to practice musical scales without the pressure of performing a specific composition, and it demonstrated," Mycroft added, "that the most sophisticated investigative techniques remain fundamentally dependent on human observation and practical wisdom. All our systematic searching would have been meaningless without Mrs. Hudson's awareness that the document had been serving an entirely different purpose than anyone anticipated." Mrs. Hudson's pleased expression suggested she was gratified to have her contribution to their investigative methodology formally acknowledged. "Well, gentlemen, I've always found that paying attention to small details prevents larger problems. When one is managing a household that regularly deals with criminal investigations, government business, and the general chaos that seems to follow in the wake of brilliant minds, one learns to notice when things are not quite where they ought to be." Watson found himself thinking about the implications of Mrs. Hudson's comment. 221B Baker Street had, over the years, become something approaching an informal centre for the intersection of criminal investigation and governmental activity. Important people came and went, significant conversations took place over meals, and documents of various levels of importance passed through the sitting room with sufficient regularity that Mrs. Hudson had developed professional-level skills in managing such matters. "I imagine," he said carefully, "that maintaining a household where such activities are commonplace requires considerable discretion, as well as observational skills." Mrs. Hudson's smile was as mysterious as candlelight through cathedral windows. "Indeed, Dr. Watson. Though I've found that the best sort of discretion involves not just keeping secrets, but understanding which secrets are worth keeping. Most of the information that passes through this household would be perfectly boring to anyone not directly involved in the specific cases or policies being discussed." The comment was delivered with the casual air of someone discussing the weather, but Watson caught the underlying sophistication of Mrs. Hudson's approach to information management. She wasn't just maintaining silence about confidential matters, she was actively analysing the significance of what she overheard, making informed decisions about what required protection and what could be safely ignored. Holmes leaned forward slightly, his expression suggesting that Mrs. Hudson had just revealed something that explained several mysteries about the household's remarkable efficiency. "You mean to say that you've been conducting your own form of intelligence analysis on the conversations that occur within these walls? Nothing quite so formal as that, Mr. Holmes," Mrs. Hudson replied, though her tone suggested that the distinction between formal and informal intelligence analysis might be smaller than her words implied. Simply the sort of practical awareness that any competent housekeeper develops when managing lodgings for gentlemen whose work involves sensitive matters. Mycroft's expression had shifted to one of professional respect, the look of someone recognising expertise in an unexpected context. "Mrs. Hudson, your approach to household management appears to encompass skills that would be quite valuable in various official capacities. Have you ever considered that your talents might be applicable beyond domestic service?" The suggestion hung in the air with a sort of significance that transformed casual conversation into something approaching a professional consultation. Watson found himself wondering whether Mycroft was simply acknowledging Mrs. Hudson's capabilities or actually considering whether her skills might be useful for governmental purposes. Mrs. Hudson's laugh was warm as summer rain on garden stones. "Mr. Mycroft, I'm quite content with my current position, though I'm flattered by your confidence in my abilities. I've found that managing this particular household provides quite enough intellectual stimulation for anyone, what with criminal cases, government business, and the ongoing challenge of ensuring that both Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson maintain something approaching adequate nutrition." The gentle deflection was delivered with sufficient humour to avoid any suggestion of offence, but Watson caught the underlying message that Mrs. Hudson had carefully considered her position and found it satisfactory. She had chosen to apply her considerable talents to domestic management not because she lacked other options, but because she valued the particular combination of stability, intellectual stimulation, and family-like relationships that 221B Baker Street provided. "Though I must say," she continued, beginning to clear away the tea service with the efficient movements of someone whose actions were governed by a well-established routine, "this evening's little mystery has been quite entertaining. There's something rather satisfying about watching three brilliant minds apply themselves to a problem that ultimately required nothing more than ordinary household awareness to solve." Holmes chuckled, reaching for the rescued document and examining it with the attention of someone ensuring that no important details had been overlooked during its coffee cup adventure. "Indeed, though I suspect the entertainment value was enhanced by the particular circumstances. Most of our domestic mysteries involve missing pipes or mislaid case notes, not governmental documents that have been temporarily repurposed as furniture protection." "Speaking of which," Mycroft said, accepting the document back from his brother and unfolding it completely for the first time since its recovery, "perhaps we might now turn our attention to the actual contents of this much-travelled paper. After all, the evening's adventures have merely delayed, not eliminated, my original purpose in bringing it to your attention." The statement served as a gentle reminder that their impromptu investigation, however entertaining and instructive, had been conducted in service of retrieving information that Mycroft had originally intended to share. Watson found himself curious about what governmental observations had been significant enough to warrant a personal visit from someone whose time was usually allocated with the precision of a Swiss chronometer. Holmes settled back in his chair with the expectant expression of someone prepared to receive information that might prove professionally useful, while Mrs. Hudson completed her clearing activities and departed with the satisfied air of someone who had contributed significantly to the evening's success. The sitting room returned to its earlier atmosphere of comfortable intimacy, though now enhanced by the shared experience of collaborative problem-solving that had demonstrated each participant's particular strengths. The fog outside continued its patient work of transforming London into something from a fairy tale, muffling sounds and softening edges, until 221B Baker Street seemed to exist in perfect isolation from the concerns of the larger world. It was, Watson reflected, exactly the sort of evening when important conversations could unfold without the usual pressures of time and circumstance, when family relationships could deepen through shared experience and professional matters could be discussed with the leisure required for thorough consideration. As Mycroft prepared to share whatever insights had prompted his visit, Watson found himself appreciating the particular alchemy that had transformed what might have been a routine family dinner into an evening of detection, collaboration, and gentle humour. The missing document had served as more than just a puzzle to be solved. It had provided an opportunity for each member of their small gathering to demonstrate their particular talents, while working toward a common goal. The Great Hunt, as it would probably be remembered in future retellings, had revealed as much about the hunters as about their quarry, showing that even the most sophisticated minds remained subject to the humble realities of domestic life, and that the most complex problems sometimes required nothing more than practical wisdom and careful attention to ordinary details. The rescued document lay spread upon the mahogany side table like a map to buried treasure, its slightly crumpled surface catching the gaslight in ways that made the blue wax seal seem to wink with conspiratorial amusement. Mycroft regarded it with the expression of someone reacquainting himself with an old friend after an unexpected adventure, while Holmes leaned forward with the alert attention of someone preparing to receive information that might prove either fascinating or frustrating, depending on the particular nature of his brother's governmental observations. Watson found himself studying the document's appearance with the clinical eye he usually reserved for medical specimens. The paper itself was of exceptional quality, the sort that government departments used for correspondence that might need to survive decades of filing, handling, and bureaucratic scrutiny. The handwriting, what little he could see of it from his position, appeared to be Mycroft's own careful script, each letter formed with the precision of someone who understood that legible handwriting could lead to international incidents. The blue wax seal bore an impression that Watson couldn't quite make out from where he sat, though its very existence suggested that Mycroft treated even his personal notes with the same security consciousness that governed his official correspondence. There was something rather touching about this level of formality applied to what was essentially a family dinner conversation, as if Mycroft couldn't quite separate his professional habits from his personal relationships. "Well then," Holmes said, settling back in his chair with the patient expression of someone prepared to listen to whatever revelation had prompted this evening's visit, "what earth-shaking insights does our much-travelled document contain? I confess myself curious about observations significant enough to warrant personal delivery, yet casual enough to risk being used as a coffee coaster." Mycroft's chuckle carried the warm affection of someone who had grown accustomed to his brother's particular brand of gentle mockery. "My dear Sherlock, you have an unfortunate tendency to assume that anything involving government work must necessarily be earth-shaking. Sometimes the most significant developments are precisely those that appear most mundane to outside observation." He broke the wax seal with the careful attention of someone performing a minor ritual, unfolding the paper completely to reveal several lines of text written in that precise script Watson had observed from a distance. Mycroft's eyes moved across the writing with the quick efficiency of someone reviewing familiar material, though his expression suggested he was also considering how best to present information that might be sensitive in ways his audience couldn't immediately appreciate. "The observations in question," Mycroft began, his tone carrying the measured cadence of someone who had learned to present complex information in digestible portions, "concern certain personnel adjustments. that have occurred within various government departments over the past several weeks. Nothing dramatic, you understand. Simply the sort of routine reshuffling that occurs when administrative efficiency is required. Refinement. Holmes's eyebrows rose fractionally, a movement that Watson had learned to interpret as indication that the detective was hearing something more significant than the words themselves might suggest to casual listeners. Personnel adjustments, Holmes repeated thoughtfully, and these adjustments have followed patterns that you found noteworthy. Indeed, Mycroft confirmed, his attention returning to the document as if consulting specific details. What struck me as particularly interesting was the geographical distribution of these changes. Certain regions seem to have experienced more adjustment than others in ways that suggest either remarkable coincidence or systematic reorganization. Watson found himself trying to decode this careful language, recognizing that the brothers were once again conducting a conversation that operated on multiple levels simultaneously. Personnel changes in government departments could mean anything from routine promotions to security-related transfers, and the geographical patterns Mycroft mentioned might have implications for everything from regional administration to national defence. "And you believe these patterns might be of interest to me?" Holmes asked, his tone suggesting he was beginning to understand the direction of his brother's observations, presumably because they intersect with some aspect of my own professional activities. Mycroft's smile was enigmatic as moonlight through fog. "Let us say that your recent experiences are certain, criminal. Organisations have given you unique insights into how information flows through unofficial channels. The patterns I've observed suggest that someone with your particular expertise might be able to identify connections that would not be apparent to purely administrative analysis." The exchange was becoming increasingly cryptic, though Watson could sense that both brothers understood perfectly well what was being discussed, despite the elaborate circumlocutions required by Mycroft's official position. Government personnel changes that showed geographical patterns and intersected with Holmes's criminal investigations suggested something considerably more complex than routine administrative efficiency. Mrs. Hudson appeared in the doorway, drawn perhaps by the particular quality of silence that characterized serious conversations between the Holmes brothers. She carried a tray laden with what appeared to be sandwiches and small cakes that definitely hadn't been part of the original evening's menu, leading Watson to wonder whether she maintained some sort of emergency food stores specifically designed for occasions when important discussions required sustenance. "I thought you gentlemen might appreciate something light," she said, arranging the refreshments with the efficient grace of someone who understood that intellectual work required regular nutritional support. Important conversations have a way of extending later into the evening than anyone initially anticipates. Her comment suggested that she had recognized the shift in atmosphere that indicated they had moved from social dinner to serious consultation, though her manner remained as warmly domestic as ever. Watson had long since given up trying to determine how much Mrs. Hudson actually understood about the various professional matters discussed in her presence, though he suspected her comprehension was considerably more complete than she ever chose to reveal. "Mrs. Hudson," Holmes said, accepting a sandwich with the grateful air of someone who had just realised he was hungrier than he'd thought, "your to anticipate our needs continues to astound me. How did you know that Mycroft's mysterious document would require additional sustenance to process properly?" "Experience, Mr. Holmes," she replied with a satisfied smile. "I've learned that when Mr. Mycroft visits with sealed documents and serious expressions, the resulting conversations tend to be the sort that make people forget they've already eaten dinner. Better to be prepared than to have brilliant minds operating on empty stomachs." Mycroft regarded her with the expression of someone recognizing a level of strategic thinking that would be valuable in various professional contexts. "Mrs. Hudson, your observational skills extend far beyond domestic management. You've identified patterns in our behaviour that we ourselves might not have consciously noticed." "It's simply a matter of paying attention, Mr. Mycroft," she replied, though her pleased expression suggested she appreciated having her analytical abilities formally acknowledged. When one manages a household where important people discuss important matters, one develops certain awareness of how such conversations tend to unfold. As Mrs. Hudson departed with her usual quiet efficiency, Watson found himself thinking about the layers of observation and analysis that characterised life at 221B Baker Street. Mrs. Hudson monitored the household dynamics with professional-level attention. Mycroft analysed governmental patterns with institutional authority. Holmes applied investigative techniques to criminal behaviour, and he himself observed medical and psychological details with clinical training. It was rather like living in a constant state of multidisciplinary research, where every conversation contributed to someone's understanding of how the world actually functioned. "Now then," Holmes said, returning his attention to his brother and the document that lay between them like a bridge connecting their respective professional worlds. "These geographical patterns you've observed, I assume they're not random coincidences?" Mycroft consulted his notes with the deliberate attention of someone ensuring accuracy in matters that might have significant consequences. "The patterns appear to centre around certain transportation hubs, cities with major railway connections, ports with significant commercial traffic, towns that serve as regional communication centres. The personnel changes seem designed to ensure that key positions in such locations are occupied by individuals with particular qualifications." Holmes leaned forward, his expression sharpening with the focused intensity that characterised his response to problems that engaged his analytical capabilities. "And these particular qualifications relate to information management." "Among other things," Mycroft confirmed, though the specific nature of the qualification suggests that the information in question might not be entirely official in character. "Someone appears to be positioning personnel who would be capable of monitoring irregular communications as well as standard administrative channels." Watson felt a chill of understanding that had nothing to do with the November fog pressing against the windows. The brothers were discussing what sounded like a systematic effort to place government personnel in positions where they could monitor criminal communications, or perhaps where criminal organisations could influence government communications. Either possibility suggested implications that extended far beyond routine administrative efficiency. "Have you identified the coordination behind these personnel movements?" Holmes asked, his tone carrying the particular intensity he reserved for questions whose answers might prove professionally urgent. Someone with sufficient authority to arrange such widespread changes would necessarily operate at a very high level within the governmental structure. Mycroft's expression grew thoughtful, the look of someone considering how much information could be safely shared even within the trusted environment of his brother's sitting room. "That is precisely where your expertise might prove valuable, Sherlock. The coordination appears to involve individuals who operate outside traditional governmental channels, yet possess sufficient knowledge of administrative procedures to arrange official changes through proper bureaucratic processes." The implication hung in the air like smoke from Holmes's pipe. Someone was manipulating government personnel decisions through unofficial influence, suggesting either corruption within the system or criminal infiltration of administrative processes. Either possibility represented exactly the sort of challenge that would engage Holmes' investigative instincts, while requiring Mycroft's governmental resources to address effectively. "I see," Holmes said quietly, though his tone suggested he was beginning to perceive connections that extended beyond what his brother had explicitly stated. "And you believe that my recent encounters with certain criminal enterprises might have provided insights relevant to understanding how such coordination might be accomplished?" "Indeed," Mycroft confirmed. "Your work has given you unique awareness of how criminal organisations establish communication networks, recruit personnel within legitimate institutions, and coordinate activities across geographical distances. The patterns I've observed suggest methodologies that bear certain similarities to approaches you've encountered in your consulting work." Watson found himself thinking about the various criminal cases that had brought unusual visitors to 221B Baker Street over the years, many of which had involved organisations whose sophistication extended far beyond simple theft or violence. Holmes had indeed encountered criminal enterprises capable of infiltrating legitimate institutions, and his insights into their methods might prove valuable for understanding how similar techniques could be applied to government personnel management. The fog outside seemed to be growing thicker, transforming the sitting room into an island of warm light surrounded by mystery, creating exactly the sort of atmosphere that encouraged serious conversations about serious matters. The gas lamps flickered gently, casting dancing shadows that seemed to emphasize the gravity of what was being discussed, while maintaining the comfortable domesticity that made such discussions possible. "Well then," Holmes said, rising from his chair with the fluid movement of someone whose mind had already begun working on a problem that promised to engage all his analytical capabilities, "it appears that our quiet family dinner has evolved into something considerably more complex. I assume you're prepared to provide additional details about these personnel patterns, along with access to whatever resources might be necessary for proper investigation." Mycroft's smile carried both affection and relief, the expression of someone who had successfully navigated the delicate process of requesting assistance while respecting the boundaries that governed their respective professional responsibilities. "Naturally, though, I suspect that such an investigation will require careful coordination to avoid disturbing ongoing administrative processes that must continue regardless of whatever irregular influences might be affecting them." Watson watched this exchange with the mixture of anticipation and resignation that characterized his response to any indication that their peaceful domestic routine was about to be disrupted by professional obligations. Yet there was also a spark of genuine interest. The cases that involved both Holmes's investigative skills and Mycroft's governmental resources invariably proved to be among the most intellectually stimulating challenges they encountered. As the evening settled into its new configuration, no longer a simple family gathering but an informal consultation between professional colleagues who happened to be brothers, Watson found himself appreciating the particular chemistry that occurred when the Holmes family's various talents converged on a common problem. The document that had spent part of the evening serving as furniture protection had revealed itself to contain information that might prove crucial for understanding threats to governmental stability, transforming their cosy domestic mystery into something with implications for national security. The great hunt for a missing document had evolved into the beginning of what promised to be a considerably more complex investigation, though one that would unfold, Watson was certain, with the same combination of intellectual rigour, family loyalty, and gentle humour that had characterised the evening's earlier adventures. Holmes moved to the window, gazing out into the fog-wrapped street with the contemplative posture of someone whose mind was already beginning to organise the complex information his brother had shared. The detective's reflection in the gaslit glass seemed ghostly, ethereal, as if he were contemplating not just the immediate problem, but the larger patterns of criminal behaviour that threaded through London like invisible rivers beneath the city's visible surface. "These transportation hubs you mentioned," Holmes said, his voice carrying the measured tone of someone thinking aloud, while simultaneously testing theories against available evidence. "They would provide ideal positions for monitoring both official communications and the sort of informal information networks that criminal organisations rely upon for coordination. A clerk in a railway telegraph office, for instance, could observe patterns in message traffic that might reveal everything from government policy changes to criminal movement schedules." Mycroft nodded approvingly, recognising his brother's immediate grasp of the strategic implications. "Precisely the sort of insight I was hoping you might provide. The positioning suggests someone with intimate knowledge of how information flows through both legitimate and illegitimate channels, the kind of expertise that could only come from extensive experience with criminal organisations sophisticated enough to understand governmental operations." Watson found himself thinking about the various criminal masterminds they had encountered over the years, individuals whose intelligence and organisational capabilities had rivaled those of legitimate business leaders or government officials. The idea that such minds might be systematically infiltrating administrative positions was both fascinating and deeply troubling, suggesting a level of criminal sophistication that extended far beyond anything Scotland Yard was equipped to handle through conventional investigative methods. The timing of these personnel changes, Holmes continued, turning back from the window with the alert expression of someone whose analytical processes were operating at peak efficiency, do they correlate with any specific events or policy developments that might have provided motivation for such systematic infiltration? Mycroft consulted his document again, though Watson suspected he was referring to notes more for the sake of precision than because he needed reminding of details that were undoubtedly etched into his formidable memory. There have been several significant developments in recent months that might provide such motivation. The expansion of telegraph communications between regional offices, for instance, has created new opportunities for intercepting or monitoring official correspondence. Similarly, the reorganisation of railway administration has created temporary gaps in security protocols that a sufficiently informed observer might exploit. The picture that was emerging painted a disturbing portrait of criminal organisations that possessed not only the intelligence to identify vulnerabilities in governmental systems, but also the patience and resources to exploit those vulnerabilities through long-term strategic planning. It was the sort of threat that required exactly the kind of cooperation between official and unofficial investigators that was occurring in this very sitting room. Mrs. Hudson returned with yet another pot of tea, her timing so perfectly calibrated to the natural rhythms of serious conversation that Watson wondered whether she possessed some form of supernatural awareness of when refreshments would be most needed. She moved through the room with the quiet efficiency of someone who understood that her role extended beyond mere domestic service to include the creation and maintenance of an environment where important work could be accomplished without distraction. "Gentlemen," she said as she arranged fresh cups and saucers with mathematical precision, "I hope you won't mind my observing that this conversation has taken on the particular quality that usually indicates you'll be working well into the night. Shall I prepare the spare room for Mr. Mycroft, or will he be returning to his own lodgings despite the fog?" The question was practical rather than presumptuous, delivered with the matter-of-fact efficiency of someone who had learned to anticipate the needs of people whose professional obligations often overrode conventional schedules. Mycroft's expression suggested he was genuinely touched by her consideration, though also perhaps surprised to realise how completely he had allowed himself to become absorbed in what had begun as a simple family visit. "You're very kind, Mrs. Hudson," he replied, "though I suspect the evening's work has only just begun. If Sherlock is amenable to collaboration, we may indeed require accommodation that extends beyond normal visiting hours." Holmes's smile was sharp as winter starlight, carrying the particular energy that characterised his response to challenges that engaged both his intellectual capabilities and his sense of justice. "My dear Mycroft, when has Holmes ever declined the opportunity to investigate criminal behaviour that operates at the intersection of governmental administration and criminal enterprise? Though I suspect our investigation will require resources that extend beyond what can be accomplished from the comfort of Baker Street." "Indeed," Mycroft acknowledged, "though the preliminary analysis can certainly be conducted here, where we have the advantage of Mrs. Hudson's excellent tea and Watson's medical insights into criminal psychology. Official resources can be deployed once we've developed a clearer understanding of the scope and methodology involved." Watson felt a familiar stirring of anticipation, the intellectual excitement that accompanied the beginning of cases that promised to challenge everything he thought he understood about criminal behaviour and governmental security. The domestic mystery of the missing document had revealed itself to be merely the visible surface of something much larger and more complex, like discovering that what appeared to be a small pond was actually the opening to an underground river system. "If I might offer an observation," Watson said, settling back in his chair with the comfortable authority of someone whose medical training had taught him to analyse complex systems from multiple perspectives. "The criminal psychology involved in such systematic infiltration suggests individuals with remarkably sophisticated understanding of both human nature and institutional behaviour. The kind of minds capable of such long-term strategic thinking are rarely satisfied with purely financial motivations." Both brothers turned to regard him with expressions of heightened attention, recognising that Watson's insights into criminal psychology often revealed aspects of cases that pure logical analysis might overlook. His medical background provided him with unique awareness of how psychological motivations influence criminal behaviour, making his observations particularly valuable when dealing with sophisticated criminal enterprises. "An excellent point," Holmes said, his tone carrying genuine appreciation for Watson's contribution to their analysis. The level of planning and coordination involved suggests criminal minds driven by something more substantial than simple profit, perhaps political objectives, or the desire to establish permanent influence over governmental processes rather than merely exploiting temporary opportunities. Mycroft's expression grew thoughtful, the look of someone considering implications that extended far beyond immediate administrative concerns, which would suggest that the personnel changes we've observed represent not just criminal infiltration, but the establishment of a systematic intelligence network designed to provide ongoing influence over governmental operations, the sort of network that could affect everything from policy development to international negotiations. The conversation had reached one of those pivotal moments that Watson had learned to recognise as the transition between theoretical analysis and practical investigation. The brothers had identified not just a criminal problem, but a threat to governmental stability that required immediate and systematic response, though one that would need to be conducted with sufficient discretion to avoid disrupting legitimate administrative functions. Holmes began pacing the length of the sitting room with the restless energy that characterised his response to complex problems requiring immediate attention. His movements were fluid, controlled, like a conductor directing an invisible orchestra through a particularly challenging composition. Watson had observed this behaviour countless times over the years, and knew it indicated that the detective's mind was organising information, testing theories, and developing the systematic approach that would guide their investigation. "The first step," Holmes said, his voice carrying the decisive tone that indicated he had moved from analysis to action planning, "must be to map the complete scope of these personnel changes. We need to understand not just where they've occurred, but the specific positions involved, the qualifications of the individuals placed, and the timing of each change relative to other governmental or criminal activities." Mycroft nodded approvingly, clearly pleased that his brother had grasped the essential requirements for effective investigation. "I can provide access to the administrative records necessary for such mapping, though the analysis will require someone with your particular expertise in criminal behaviour to identify patterns that might not be apparent to purely bureaucratic review." "And I," Watson added, "can contribute medical and psychological analysis of the individuals involved, looking for common characteristics or backgrounds that might reveal how they were recruited, or what motivations drive their participation in such systematic infiltration." Mrs. Hudson, who had been listening to this exchange with the attentive posture of someone following a complex but fascinating discussion, cleared her throat gently to attract their attention. "Gentlemen, if I might suggest, such extensive analysis will require considerable time and space for organising documents and charts. The dining room table might serve as a suitable work area, and I could arrange for additional lighting and whatever supplies might be needed for systematic investigation." Her offer was practical and generous, though Watson caught the underlying satisfaction in her voice that suggested she was pleased to be contributing to what promised to be one of the most significant investigations ever conducted from 221B Baker Street. Mrs. Hudson's involvement would provide not just logistical support, but also the kind of practical wisdom that often proved invaluable when dealing with complex administrative and criminal matters. "Mrs. Hudson," Mycroft said, his tone carrying both gratitude and genuine respect, "your offer is extraordinarily generous, and I suspect your organisational skills will prove as valuable as any official resources we might deploy. This investigation will require exactly the sort of systematic approach and attention to detail that you've demonstrated in managing this remarkable household." As the evening settled into its new configuration, no longer a family dinner, but the beginning of a collaborative investigation that would engage all their various talents and resources, Watson found himself reflecting on the particular chemistry that occurred when domestic tranquility intersected with professional urgency. The fog outside continued to wrap Baker Street in its gentle embrace, creating the perfect atmosphere for the kind of intensive intellectual work that lay ahead. The document that had begun the evening as a missing governmental paper evolved into a coffee coaster and finally revealed itself as the key to understanding a sophisticated criminal threat, now lay at the centre of what promised to be one of the most challenging and important investigations of their careers. The Great Hunt had indeed revealed more than anyone had anticipated, transforming a quiet family evening into the beginning of work that might affect the very foundations of governmental security and criminal justice. The dining room of 221B Baker Street had undergone a remarkable transformation, evolving from the scene of an elegant family meal into what resembled a military planning centre, though one softened by Mrs. Hudson's practical touches and the warm glow of additional oil lamps she had arranged with mathematical precision around the mahogany table. The good china had been carefully cleared away, replaced by an array of papers, notebooks and writing implements that suggested serious intellectual work was about to commence in earnest. Watson found himself marvelling at the efficiency with which Mrs. Hudson had orchestrated this metamorphosis. The woman possessed organisational capabilities that would have impressed the quartermaster of a major military campaign, combined with the domestic sensibilities that ensured the work environment remained comfortable despite its suddenly professional character. She had somehow managed to provide everything necessary for systematic investigation, while maintaining the cosy atmosphere that made 221B Baker Street feel like home rather than office. Holmes stood at one end of the table, his long fingers tracing patterns on the polished wood as his mind organised the complex information Mycroft had shared. The detective's eyes held that particular intensity that Watson had learned to associate with cases that engaged not just his intellectual curiosity, but his sense of justice, the look of someone preparing to deploy all his considerable abilities against a threat that struck at the foundations of civilized society. Mycroft, meanwhile, had arranged himself in the chair that provided the best view of both the table and the window, his considerable frame settled with the dignity of someone accustomed to presiding over important meetings, while remaining alert to environmental factors that might affect the proceedings. His governmental document lay open before him like a map to dangerous territory, its careful script catching the lamplight in ways that seemed to emphasize the significance of every precisely formed letter. "The scope of what we're contemplating," Holmes said, his voice carrying the measured tone of someone thinking through complex logistics while speaking, "will require not just systematic analysis but careful coordination with legitimate governmental functions that must continue uninterrupted, despite whatever criminal infiltration might be occurring within them." The statement reflected the particular challenge that characterized investigations involving both criminal behavior and governmental operations: the need to pursue justice without disrupting the administrative processes that maintained social stability. It was exactly the sort of delicate balance that required both Holmes's investigative expertise and Mycroft's institutional knowledge, making their collaboration essential rather than merely convenient. Mycroft nodded gravely, recognizing his brother's immediate grasp of the complexities involved. Indeed, which is why the preliminary work must be conducted with absolute discretion. We cannot risk alerting the criminal elements involved until we understand the complete scope of their infiltration and have developed strategies for neutralizing their influence without causing administrative chaos. Watson listened to this exchange with the mixture of anticipation and concern that characterized his response to cases that involved national security implications. His medical training had taught him to think systematically about complex problems, but governmental investigations operated according to rules and constraints that extended far beyond anything he had encountered in civilian or military medicine. From a practical standpoint, Watson observed, settling into his chair with the deliberate movements of someone preparing for extended intellectual work, we'll need to develop methods for distinguishing between legitimate personnel changes and those that represent criminal infiltration. The psychological profiles alone will require extensive analysis to identify common characteristics or recruitment patterns. Both brothers turned to regard him with expressions of appreciation, recognizing that Watson's contribution would extend far beyond simple assistance to encompass specialized expertise that neither of them possessed. His medical background provided unique insights into human behavior and motivation that could prove crucial for understanding how criminal organizations identified, recruited and managed personnel within governmental systems. Mrs. Hudson appeared in the doorway carrying a tray laden with what appeared to be a complete mobile office: inkwells, blotting paper, additional writing materials, and what looked like a magnifying glass that Watson was certain hadn't been part of the household equipment that morning. Her ability to produce exactly the right materials for any situation continued to amaze him, though he had long since given up trying to understand the sources of her various supplies. "I thought you gentlemen might require some additional equipment for your analysis," she said, arranging the materials with the systematic efficiency of someone who understood the practical requirements of investigative work. "And I've prepared a pot of coffee that should remain fresh throughout the night, along with sandwiches and biscuits in case hunger interferes with concentration." Her preparation suggested that she expected their work to continue well beyond normal evening hours, though her manner remained as warmly domestic as ever. Watson had noticed that Mrs. Hudson possessed a remarkable ability to adapt to whatever circumstances presented themselves while maintaining the comfortable routines that made 221B Baker Street feel like a genuine home rather than merely lodgings. "Mrs. Hudson," Mycroft said, his tone carrying both gratitude and something approaching awe, "your organisational capabilities continue to exceed even my considerable expectations. I begin to understand why Sherlock has never seriously considered alternative living arrangements, despite the numerous opportunities his success has provided." Mrs. Hudson's pleased smile was worth more than any official recognition, though Watson caught the subtle satisfaction that suggested she was perfectly aware of her own excellence and appreciated having it acknowledged by someone whose opinion carried governmental weight. "It's simply a matter of paying attention to what people need, Mr. Mycroft. When one manages a household where important work is regularly conducted, one learns to anticipate the practical requirements of serious intellectual effort." As she departed with her usual quiet efficiency, Watson found himself thinking about the remarkable collection of individuals who had gathered around this table. Mrs. Hudson provided the practical foundation that made everything else possible. Mycroft brought institutional knowledge and governmental resources, Holmes contributed investigative genius and criminal expertise, and he himself offered medical insights and collaborative support. It was precisely the sort of multidisciplinary team that complex problems required, though assembled through family relationships and domestic arrangements rather than official channels. The fog outside had grown so thick that the windows had become mirrors, reflecting the warm light of their improvised command centre, while completely obscuring any view of the street beyond. London had effectively disappeared, leaving 221B Baker Street suspended in its own bubble of determined activity, isolated from the larger world they were working to protect. Holmes began organising the available materials with the systematic precision that characterised his approach to complex investigations. "The first phase of our analysis must focus on mapping the geographical distribution of personnel changes, identifying the specific positions involved, and establishing timelines that might reveal coordination patterns." He moved around the table as he spoke, his hands arranging papers and writing materials with the unconscious efficiency of someone whose mind was already several steps ahead of his physical actions. Watson had observed this behaviour countless times over the years, recognising it as indication that the detective's analytical processes were operating at peak efficiency. Mycroft opened a leather portfolio that he had somehow managed to keep concealed throughout the evening, revealing what appeared to be a comprehensive collection of governmental records that definitely exceeded anything that might legitimately be carried to a family dinner. "I've brought copies of all relevant personnel files, along with administrative correspondence that might reveal unofficial influences on official decisions." The documents he spread across the table were impressive in both quantity and apparent significance, suggesting that his preparations for this evening had been considerably more extensive than his casual arrival had indicated. Watson found himself wondering how much of what had appeared to be spontaneous family visiting had actually been carefully orchestrated, professional consultation disguised as domestic socialising. The psychological analysis will require careful examination of individual backgrounds, Watson added, accepting a stack of personnel files with the clinical attention he usually reserved for medical case studies. "I'll be looking for common experiences, educational backgrounds, financial circumstances, or personal characteristics that might indicate how these individuals were identified and recruited for criminal purposes. The work that followed possessed the particular rhythm that characterized serious intellectual collaboration. Periods of intense individual analysis punctuated by exchanges of information, speculation, and increasingly sophisticated theories about the criminal organization they were investigating. The lamplight created pools of focused illumination around each worker, while the fog-wrapped windows provided a sense of complete isolation from external distractions. Holmes worked with maps and administrative charts spread before him like a general planning a campaign, his long fingers tracing connections between geographical locations and personnel changes, while his mind identified patterns that would not have been apparent to purely bureaucratic analysis. His movements were economical, precise, each gesture contributing to the systematic construction of understanding that would guide their investigation. Mycroft's analysis focused on the administrative procedures involved in personnel changes, looking for irregularities in approval processes, unusual timing in transfer orders, or bureaucratic signatures that might indicate unofficial influence on official decisions. His governmental experience provided him with intimate knowledge of how legitimate administrative systems functioned, making him uniquely qualified to identify deviations that suggested criminal manipulation. Watson found himself absorbed in what amounted to criminal psychological profiling on an unprecedented scale, examining dozens of individual cases to identify common characteristics that might reveal recruitment methods or psychological vulnerabilities that criminal organizations had learned to exploit. His medical training proved invaluable for recognizing subtle patterns in personal histories that might not be apparent to purely administrative review. Mrs. Hudson periodically appeared with fresh supplies, additional lighting, or simply to ensure that the coffee remained hot and the biscuits accessible. Her presence provided a comforting anchor to domestic normalcy, while they worked on problems that could affect the stability of the British government, reminding them that their investigation, however significant, remained grounded in the familiar routines of daily life. As midnight approached, and then passed, their individual analyses began to converge into a comprehensive understanding of what they were facing. The personnel changes Mycroft had identified did indeed follow geographical patterns that suggested systematic criminal planning, with key positions in transportation and communication hubs being filled by individuals whose backgrounds revealed subtle but consistent characteristics that indicated professional recruitment rather than random opportunity. "The scope is considerably larger than I initially suspected," Holmes announced, leaning back in his chair with the expression of someone who had reached conclusions that were both satisfying and troubling. "We're not dealing with simple criminal infiltration, but with the establishment of a comprehensive intelligence network designed to provide ongoing criminal influence over governmental operations." Mycroft nodded grimly, his own analysis having reached similar conclusions through different methodological approaches. The administrative records suggest coordination at levels that would require access to classified personnel information and intimate knowledge of bureaucratic procedures. Someone with legitimate governmental authority is either being manipulated or is actively collaborating with criminal elements. Watson's psychological analysis had revealed patterns that were equally disturbing. The recruitment appears to target individuals with specific personal vulnerabilities, financial pressures, family obligations, or professional disappointments that could be exploited through careful application of pressure or inducement. It's remarkably sophisticated criminal psychology, suggesting masterminds with extensive understanding of human nature and institutional behavior. The picture that emerged from their collaborative analysis painted a portrait of a criminal enterprise that operated at a level of sophistication that exceeded anything they had previously encountered. It was the sort of threat that required exactly the kind of response they were developing. Cooperation between official and unofficial investigators, systematic analysis that combined multiple areas of expertise, and careful coordination that could neutralize criminal influence without disrupting legitimate governmental functions. Holmes rose from the table and moved to the window, gazing out into the fog-wrapped street with the contemplative posture of someone whose mind was already moving beyond analysis toward action planning. The reflection of the lamplit room in the darkened glass created the illusion that he was simultaneously looking inward and outward, contemplating both the immediate evidence and the larger implications of what they had discovered. "The next phase," he said, his voice carrying the decisive tone that indicated he had moved from investigation to strategy development, "must involve systematic identification of the criminal masterminds behind this network, followed by careful neutralization that preserves governmental stability while eliminating criminal influence." Mycroft's expression suggested both agreement and awareness of the enormous challenges such an undertaking would involve. "The resources required will necessitate unprecedented cooperation between official and unofficial investigators, along with administrative support that extends to the highest levels of government. We're contemplating work that could take months to complete properly." Watson found himself thinking about the implications of such extensive investigation for their normal domestic routines and professional activities. The scope of what they were contemplating would require dedication of time and energy that went far beyond anything they had previously undertaken, though the significance of the threat clearly justified whatever sacrifices might be necessary. As the clock on the mantelpiece chimed 2 in the morning, its melodious notes seeming to hang in the air like a gentle reminder that even the most important work must eventually yield to human limitations, the 3 men found themselves naturally drawing their immediate analysis toward a conclusion. They had accomplished more in a single evening than most investigative teams might manage in weeks, though they had also identified challenges that would require sustained effort over an extended period. Mrs. Hudson appeared once more, this time carrying what appeared to be a complete breakfast service that definitely hadn't been part of any previous meal preparation. Her ability to produce appropriate refreshments for any occasion had passed beyond impressive into the realm of the supernatural, though Watson suspected it was simply the result of decades spent managing households where important people worked at irregular hours on urgent matters. "Gentlemen," she said, arranging what appeared to be a full English breakfast, with the efficiency of someone who understood that serious intellectual work required substantial nutritional support, "I thought you might appreciate something more substantial than biscuits and coffee before you retire. Important discoveries require proper celebration, and I suspect you've made several tonight." Her observation was delivered with the matter-of-fact confidence of someone who had learned to assess the significance of household activities by observing the particular atmosphere that surrounded them. The work they had conducted had indeed produced discoveries that would reshape their understanding of criminal threats and governmental security, justifying whatever celebration might be appropriate given the circumstances. Mycroft regarded the unexpected breakfast with something approaching amazement, though his expression also carried the gratification of someone whose efforts had been recognised and appreciated through practical demonstration rather than formal acknowledgement. "Mrs. Hudson, your timing remains absolutely perfect, and your consideration for our well-being continues to exceed any reasonable expectations." As they shared what had evolved into an impromptu early morning meal, Watson found himself reflecting on the remarkable evening they had experienced. What had begun as a simple family dinner had evolved through domestic mystery into professional collaboration that had produced insights crucial for protecting governmental stability and criminal justice. The missing document had indeed been found, though its contents had revealed challenges that extended far beyond anything any of them had initially anticipated. Holmes seemed more relaxed than he had appeared all evening. The particular satisfaction that characterized his response to successful investigations now tempered by awareness of the extensive work that lay ahead. "We've accomplished more tonight than I would have thought possible when Mycroft first knocked on our door, though I suspect this evening represents merely the beginning of work that will engage all our capabilities for considerable time to come." The detective's observation captured the bittersweet quality that characterized the conclusion of successful investigative sessions. Satisfaction at problems solved and understanding achieved, combined with recognition that such success often revealed larger challenges, requiring even greater effort and dedication. As dawn began to filter through the fog-wrapped windows, transforming the sitting room from a lamplit sanctuary into a space filled with the gentle grey light of morning, the 3 men found themselves naturally drawing their immediate collaboration toward a temporary conclusion. They had laid the foundation for work that would require sustained effort over months, but they had also demonstrated that such work was not only possible, but potentially successful, given proper coordination and systematic application of their various expertise. Mycroft began organising his documents with the careful attention of someone whose professional responsibilities required absolute security for sensitive materials, though his manner suggested satisfaction with the evening's accomplishments rather than concern about confidentiality. The work they conducted together had produced exactly the sort of insights he had hoped for when deciding to share governmental concerns with his brother's investigative capabilities. Mrs. Hudson cleared away the breakfast dishes with the quiet efficiency that characterised all her domestic activities, though Watson noticed that she seemed particularly pleased with the evening's outcome. Her contribution had extended far beyond simple household management to encompass organisational support that had made their collaborative analysis possible, earning her recognition as a genuine member of their investigative team rather than merely a domestic facilitator. As the fog began to lift from Baker Street, revealing the familiar outlines of London's awakening day, Watson found himself thinking about the particular magic that occurred when domestic tranquillity intersected with professional urgency. The evening had demonstrated that the most significant work could be accomplished within the comfortable routines of family life, that the most complex challenges could be addressed through cooperation between people who genuinely cared about each other's welfare as well as their shared objectives. The document that had begun the evening as a governmental mystery evolved into a coffee coaster and finally revealed itself as the key to understanding a sophisticated criminal threat now rested safely among Mycroft's carefully organised papers. But its true significance lay not in its contents, but in what its discovery had made possible. The kind of collaboration between brilliant minds and caring hearts that could address threats to the very foundations of civilized society. Holmes stood at the window, watching London emerge from its foggy cocoon, his expression carrying the particular contentment that characterized successful conclusions to significant investigations. "Well, Watson," he said, his voice warm with affection and satisfaction, "it appears that our quiet family dinner has provided us with work that will keep us occupied for considerable time to come. Though I must say, I can't imagine more stimulating or worthwhile employment." Watson smiled, settling back in his chair with the deep satisfaction that came from knowing that important work lay ahead. Work that would engage all his capabilities while contributing to the protection of everything he valued about civilized life. The evening had begun with the simple pleasure of family company and excellent food, and had evolved into something that would probably be remembered as one of the most significant investigations of their careers. As Mycroft prepared for his departure, though not before accepting Mrs. Hudson's offer of accommodation should the morning fog prove too thick for safe travel, the sitting room settled back into something approaching its normal domestic tranquillity. But it was a tranquillity enriched by the knowledge that important work had been accomplished, that significant challenges had been identified and accepted, and that the bonds of family and friendship had been strengthened through shared dedication to purposes larger than any individual ambition. The great hunt for Mycroft's missing document had revealed treasures far more valuable than anyone could have anticipated when the evening began. It had demonstrated the power of family loyalty combined with professional expertise, the importance of domestic comfort in supporting serious intellectual work, and the remarkable things that could be accomplished when brilliant minds were supported by caring hearts and practical wisdom. As the morning light grew stronger and London began its daily resurrection from the mysteries of fog and darkness, 221B Baker Street stood ready to serve once again as the headquarters for work that would protect the innocent, pursue justice, and defend the foundations of civilized society. The evening's end had become the beginning of adventures that would test all their capabilities while confirming the enduring power of family, friendship, and shared dedication to the highest human values. That's our story tonight. Are you drifting off beneath the starry skies of Madrid, the snowy hush of Oslo, the golden glow of Istanbul, or the ocean breeze of Honolulu? If this tale brought you calm, like the episode and subscribe for more nights like this. Let the silence wrap around you, Let your dreams wander free. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.